technical issues?
No, he was out
he's
getting
doing a
groceries.
grocery store run.
Yeah, I think he was trying to
okay.
pop in to listen while he was at the store, but last couple of times he's done that, he loses signal inside the store.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Menards
Got
here
it.
is the same way. Like, you go into that store and your
The
signal
city of
disappears.
Townsville. I mean, what? We're in Amberford.
Amberford.
Hello, good morning.
Wait, is it Amberford or Amberforge?
I thought it was
Ford, right?
Amberforge.
The D.
I thought it was Forge.
Ford.
Ford, Amber Ford.
Okay.
Ford.
Ford.
Amberford.
Oh, but yeah. Last time we were doing downtime.
On last time. D&D.
Reading lots of books. Andrana was doing questionable things to work on healing magic.
That was down in the camp before.
That made a lot of people concerned.
Backside of the arm, not the inside of the arm.
Froggy grew some extra limbs from one of the potions.
No, he grew his sword. His hands turned into swords.
Oh yeah, his hands.
Because he drank the potion that had the hook horror effect.
Yep.
And if you know what those things look like, they have giant hooks for hands.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle
Spot
of the
got
night.
younger.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Spot got younger.
But did anybody notice?
I don't think anyone's
characters?
noticed it yet, though.
The party hasn't.
No one's
figured
really
out.
looked.
But to be fair, I think from the description, it was a case of you would really have to be like.
No one passed their perception
actively
check, if I'm not
checking to see.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Passively, we probably
then in
just
the-
wouldn't really notice, maybe.
Yeah.
At least for.
You'd have to actually be like looking at him and go, did you get younger?
If you go into the similarities between Tabaxi and like actual cats, it's hard to
God.
look at a cat and determine its age anyway.
Yeah.
So
He can
the
fucking
chance of
disconnect
us
from
noticing
VCT.
very small.
Well, I mean, even if you look at humans, you know, depending on when you decide to pick it, there's a period where humans really don't show that they age a whole lot.
Oh, I'm aware. I can now. I almost need two hands to count the amount of times someone has implied that I was my wife's child. So.
Oh yeah, not.
Yeah,
for me.
you just have perpetual baby face, though.
Always look
I
older, and I've dated people that
older.
were older than me, and people going into clubs and whatnot, assuming that I was the father. Like, no, this is my girlfriend who is older than me, but she looks half my age.
Yeah.
Because even at 18, I
started
looked like I was
graying.
35.
Yeah, I started graying pretty much at an early age myself, and was very much mistaken, and still am.
The reason why I have facial hair.
It's because you have baby face.
Yep.
I have seen what I look
Alright.
like without
God,
this
this map
follicles on
is
my
just-
face. It will never. It will
Not all.
never. It will never be a loop. Nope. Never.
I have
Oh.
not. I have not tried. I'm afraid to see what it looks
I'll do
like.
I didn't
I
feel
have
like
had-
it
I
last
have
time
had
I
this
tried.
beard.
If you have had it for this long, you will look in the mirror and go, "Who the fuck are you?"
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's exactly. I've had my beard for quite a while.
But yeah.
All right.
No,
So
most
That's
of it
where
was
we're at.
we
downtime.
had
People discovering things, working on things. And then we got to
Everyone's
Amberford.
about things. Oh, also,
we have market
Viv,
group.
Viv,
Researcher.
Viv, attacked 2 spies that were trying to bring her back to her mother. That happened.
Oh,
No, there was like
yes,
And
that's
the
right.
no, it was
Reaper
like 3
paid her a
spies.
visit.
I
Was it
thought.
3?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it
There were
was.
2
my bad.
spies, and then a
And-
third showed up to drag their butts back out.
But
If I'm
didn't
remembering correctly.
survive.
Oh, none of them survived.
No,
She did
none of,
one
none of them
hit,
survived.
and then-
Yeah, yeah.
The person who showed up to bring them back was alive. But yeah, none of the people initially just.
Well,
They just got
alive's an interesting way to put it, I guess.
Well, we don't know
They
that.
either went back of their own accord or they went back at the hands of the Reaper. They chose to go back at the hands of the
Pulling on your
Reaper.
ears. Yeah, all three died then, correct? Like I assumed
Yep.
per what
Mhm.
yeah.
Or,
Yeah,
wait, no.
I remember
one
Badger
back.
Badger said that all the damage that she did was pretty much was enough to kill all 3.
Oh, so fourth person showed up and dragged them back.
No,
Mhm.
there, was
Yeah,
there a
the
fourth
Reaper
person?
showed up.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Reaper.
the
And
Reaper showed
everyone
up,
who
at least.
was awake in the cap went,
Which I
Viv
think
did something.
one rolled high
It's
enough
not
to
that
see
bad.
her.
I think I was the only one that rolled high enough.
Yeah.
Not only did you
But
roll
it was
high
kind
enough,
of
but
one
you
of
were
those-
also the furthest one back to be able to see up on that ridge. You saw
Right.
the cloak, the scythe, the pale tiefling. You saw the grab, and all of them just poof into a portal.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, huh. She's got that. All right. Like, just,
And then
just
Viv
completely
just
like,
comes
oh,
back down
that
like nothing happened.
Because nothing happened.
Rick was mostly in his makeshift studio, so he only heard stuff and thought it was thunder. Oh, must be raining.
So I guess the first question is, now that you guys are venturing out into the city, where are we going first?
Well, we had
well, no,
we
we
had
split into
the
groups.
batter. Yeah, we split. So we had the bard and the ranger, and I believe the sorcerer. We're going to the market. Cleric,
Wasn't
wizard,
the
and
fairy going to
barbarian.
market too?
I don't know what the
Faye
hell
was
doing.
going kind of exploring, but also maybe keeping an eye out for a blacksmith so he could peruse.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so
that-
what I
so
got
that-
written
yeah.
down is there were 3 that were going specifically to find a library. Verdan that was specifically wandering but trying to go check out the blacksmithing areas. And then a bunch of other people going to the markets.
Yes.
That's correct.
Mhm.
What the fuck? D&D Beyond is just not liking me today.
Oh.
All right. As a general group thing, as you guys are meandering around, you come upon information, listening to the chatter. You kind of see when you go around different places that this city's primary exports are in iron goods, grain, riverfish, books, and magical inks. And their primary imports from other surrounding areas are things like spices, gemstones, luxury goods, and rare magical components. The feel to this city, as you guys are meandering, is like a neutral good. You know, you can still kind of see the bad eggs that may or may not be acting, but the majority of the city is seemingly welcoming and kind. The banners that you might see floating around that represent like the city and city territory is a golden bridge spanning a blue river beneath an amber sun. That is like their whole logo kind of thing. Because as you can kind of tell from the map, the city is known for their bridge work, as it 4 very, very, very wide, large bridges connect the city's 2 halves.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat what was the symbol description again?
The city symbol, if you ever see its print anywhere, is a golden bridge spanning over a blue river beneath an amber sun. Amberfur's lovely nickname that you might hear from place to place is called the Golden Crossing because of the banner.
Okay.
The group, as a group, whether it be bits and pieces here and there, you learn that its current ruler is a gentleman by the name of Gerard Landreth. But directly beneath him is what they call the Merchant Council, which is 7 seats of that split the city, 7 people that represent different parts of the city. From trade, agriculture to defense, scholarships, all that fun stuff.
What gate do we come in?
It would be that southern one right next to the basically bottom of the map. Coming in off of the road.
This gate?
Right off
Or that
next
one?
to the dock.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right.
That one. Okay.
So this is not like any small area. This is big.
It's big.
This is
it
massive.
Is it massive?
Welcome to New York City.
Or smaller than Baldur's Gate?
Well, if we're comparing Faerun cities, it's probably about the same size of like Neverwinter. So Baldur's Gate is also more spread out. So it probably the Baldur's Gate probably feels bigger. This one's everything's one central area. Like a full map to Baldur's Gate is like spread out up and around a cliffside kind of deal. So it always looks on paper way bigger than it probably actually is. But for other cities like Waterdeep and Neverwinter, which is kind of designed similarly, they're about equal. So for this territory, this is probably one of the major city hubs in all of Terran Tempest.
Out of player character, I'm guessing this spot right here, not there, here is city center.
It also houses a lovely, huge clock tower that over the last couple of nights, people have been noticing that it looks like it's on fire.
Definitely looks like the church.
Huh. I don't like that. It's on fire.
Over here looks like the palace.
Oh, okay.
My guess would be, for looking at this map, that this area here will be where we're going for the market.
I thought the palace would be like over here.
We got to explore.
No, that looks like it's more markets.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'll go back into character. I'm sorry. My ADHD brain.
Good.
Alrighty. So as you guys are going from the river market over to the other shops, your district flavor kind of goes from like smells of baked bread, spices, and fish, into more of an area that has that like sea salt, smoke, and everything just kind of smells and feels homely, warm and homey kind of thing. But for the market.
Oh, Brandy's happily bouncing around. I see lots of spices.
Can
Spices
I
and grains and crafted things and woven things, and there are shops and vendors and market people everywhere.
Can I cast? What was the spell that I used to do before? Alter Self? And make myself look more elven.
You cast it while you guys walk around. Your very distinct gift features start warming up, smoothing out, and your greenish hue kind of looks more like probably closer to a wood elf, so the tones aren't that too far apart. But yeah, you do change your physical features to appear more elven-like.
As long as Kyroth is in big cities and everything, he usually changes his self so that he doesn't get too many looks. Or at least tries
Sure.
to blend in, if that makes sense.
Well, that makes plenty of sense. So yeah, your features look from less gith and more probably like a cross between wood elf meets high elf. And yeah, allows you to freely walk around without as many people going, "What the hell is it?"
He'll like turn to one of his party members, most likely the wizard, or not the wizard, Brandywine, I think it was her name.
Yeah?
And he'll just look at him and be like, "This has at least helped me blend in better than looking
You're still
like."
froggy. She pats his arm.
He'll just like look down and he goes, "Thanks." And you can tell just the smallest, tiniest grin briefly smirks and then goes back to his straight face. Just, I don't care.
That reminds me, because you weren't here.
And then Brandy disappears. Finds a shadow and poof, gone.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Perma, you decided while you were gone to try one of Spot's random drinks, one of his potions in his crate that was unable to be identified. And granted, now with your alter self, they probably don't look like that anymore. But you ended up drinking the hook horror potion that turns your hands into hooks. Like if you remember the hook horror monster from like Baldur's Gate and stuff like that. So you're which is kind of good because your character was wanting to work on how to dual wield weaponry, dual wield swords, but now your hands are quite literally two large hooked swords. So the alter self would have that double purpose of you no longer look like you're walking around with hooked hands.
That's also a good reason why I wanted to change that. Because I saw the recording and I'm like, perhaps it's best to look somewhat less terrifying and have the guards called on me. Officers, there's a suspicious hook man over there.
I was about to just mention, yeah, they hide your hook hands too, and then it hit me. I don't remember if I told you that yet.
I'm not the Candyman anymore. Don't look at me so strange.
Alrighty. So while your ranger decides to get lost in the crowd and then quite literally disappears in the crowd, dear help us.
God
The
damn
other
it.
ones of you are free to wander around the country. So what's up?
Well, Rick realizes that all of a sudden Brandy's nowhere, and he's like, "Fuck." All right, well, we're here to sell shit. So I mean, I guess let's see, it's you, correct, Kairoth, and then who else is with the party?
I
'Cause-
think I was going to the market because I don't really have anything to do anywhere else.
Okay, so Kath, and then the sorcerer was, Delanora was also with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I need
So
to-
I just trying to remember who came with the whole, because I know, and then Verdan, did you come with us to
Went
the market,
wandering.
or did you like
No, I
wander
went
completely off? Okay.
I went
Okay.
wandering.
Okay. Well, Rick looks at it, Keth and Kairoth, and he says, "Well, we have lost the Kender.
You want me to
Already.
go track down the Kendor?
I
wouldn't
doubt you're
bother.
going to be able to find her. I guess we just continue on with selling stuff. We've got Eddie in the cart with us, so
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Karath
we're
is
just
gonna,
gonna. The plan is to look for some general merchants that would potentially buy our equipment or extra stuff. What is in the party? I think it's just a bunch of extra equipment, isn't it? This is all out of character talk.
Mm. A lot of it's equipment. I had some gems and art for some reason.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I have things listed. I started labeling things in there. You see, there's notes attached to some of them. Brandy's got things labeled with X's.
Shovel, utility, not for sale. Someone have to dig the poop pits. It's all right, fair enough.
So
All right.
essentially,
Definitely.
Amberfur is broken up into 6 districts or 6 areas of the city that all specialize in different things. Where we're currently at is the river market, which is most of the markets run along the river so that boats can come in and go, bring in supplies and stuff like that as you go. The river markets kind of have food imports, entertainment, common goods kind of deal. There's a forge ward, which I think is where Verdan is eventually heading, which has mostly got the smiths, your armorers, your builders, your craftsmen, the industrial district kind of deal. You have the scholars quarter, which is where all your libraries, your scribes, your researchers, your magical studies are at. There is this area called the Lantern District, and it's where all your inns and taverns, your performers, all the nightlife area part of the city. It's a little bit deeper into the city, so it's more well protected. That's where a lot of people go and retreat at night. So if anything were to happen to the city, they have a little bit more protection. You have the Noble Heights, which is where all of the wealthy estates and luxury goods are found throughout the city. And then, of course, as you clearly saw on the other map, the docks, which is, where all your sailors, your fishermen, your warehouses, and maybe where you find smugglers too. But that's all of that area. So we are currently in the river market looking for goods.
Out of character, I would assume to get rid of all of this stuff, probably just go to the crafts, the forge area, since a lot of it is pistols, armor, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
True, but this is stuff that you guys are learning as you're wandering the city. Along the river market, you guys spot a couple of larger popular areas There's a stand with a sign that is called Old Marla's Meat Pies. There's one that you find called Tink's Curious Findings. There is a vendor stand with a sign, the Singing Spice Cart. And then there's a weird looking one with some awkward coloring, and the banner looks patched. But they have a sign called the Amber Lantern. Any of them in particularly anybody would like to go and traverse, or are we moving to another district?
Wait, so are this is the River District, right? And these are taverns?
Nope, these are
No.
just stands and
No.
shops and things that you guys are finding while you're in this area. A couple of the
stands
more
and shops.
notable
Okay.
ones that you guys like, the really popular looking ones. There's the 4 of them that you guys find.
I guess I'll
Because
have.
this area is bustling streets packed with carts, tents, and shouting merchants.
I guess I'll have Kyroth then keep around Eddie and everyone else and act as like the bodyguard, or at least like to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. But
Knowing that would probably fall under the Kender, but your Kender has vanished into the crowd.
or at least something
real
that
quick.
catches my eye.
What were the what was the 3 names of the places that you kind of spoke about?
So 4 notable shops that you find is Old Marla's Meat Pies, Tink's Curious Findings, the Singing Spice Cart, and the Amber Lantern.
Like the stone amber, or is it spelled different?
Amber is amber, no matter how you spell it. Amber? A-M-B-E-R?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking
Like the
of
name,
something
like the
else.
thing, like the lady effect?
No, for some reason I was thinking of something else.
I mean, Rick kind of looks to the group and, shrugs, and I'm try to poke our heads in here and see if there's anything that might be able to sell, or
Mhm.
we do have a folding boat.
I feel like we, in character. Sorry, I can't do the voice right now, but throat's fucked up. But in character, Kyroth will say along the lines of, "Why don't we just keep that? I mean, it's kind of useful, right?"
Rick kind of, for a moment, remind I go and say, well, we've been in a desert for a majority of the period, and we've just been hauling it around. I don't know.
I mean,
Fair, but,
it's impossible to encounter water.
fair, but at the
I
same
mean,
time,
we're right next to a river right now. Like, but Rick hears that from Keth, and then looks at the river district. He's like, not entirely impossible, though.
Besides, what if the cart
Why
breaks?
I
We could use
say
the boat
that-
to haul stuff around in as a
Just
sled.
stick a couple wheels on it, and there we go. New car.
Right?
The reason why I say
The
that is
land
because
boat.
it's better to have it and not need it than
Land
not
boat,
have it and then
fuck's
need it later. If that catch my drift.
Yeah, aqua drift.
Like driftwood, sure.
Damn it, that was so much funnier.
right. Tim, this is out of character. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna roll. And actually, tell me what to roll if Rick is somehow enticed by the smell of the meat pies. Let's just say that one of the three is a little hungry.
Oh, buddy.
So we'll see if he gets
Ding
enticed.
dong.
I don't know what happened. Who left?
Problem is
dong.
having technical difficulties.
Fair
The
enough.
problem's having problems. Oh my god. The problem's having problems. That's a problem.
Somebody say something. Something. Hi.
Well,
Hello.
yeah. I was
Whoa.
No
Hello?
audio.
sorry.
Oh, shit.
I was saying
Hello?
I was requesting what would you like me to roll for one of the for Rick basically getting enticed by the smell of the meat pies or something. Because
Let's go with a D100.
one of the D100.
50 or higher. I mean, the closer to 100, the more likely you're gonna wander that direction.
76.
Oof.
We'll just
I'd
say Cole might
say
be a
you
little bit more
are
hungry.
wandering closer and closer and closer and closer to it.
Rick is kind of
Someone's hungry.
not wanting to draw too much attention, but well, to him one of his bandmates is his stomach is kind of gurgling. And he smells the meat pies and starts kind of walking on over there, just kind of nostrils flare up a little bit, kind of smelling the air. Not like a dog or anything, but he's like, like, what's that smell?
As you approach, you find an older halfling female, who people address her as Marla, and takes her a couple of seconds, but eventually notices the wandering dragonborn getting closer. And oh, would you like some meat pies, dearie?
They definitely smell delicious.
Three things she's got
are-
kind of laid out in front of her for sale are meat pies for 2 copper pieces, honey glazed pastries for 1 copper, and a bubbling concoction that she has labeled river fish stew for 3 copper. What can I interest you in?
What did you say the other two were from the fish stew? The honey, what was the glazed?
Honey glazed
glazed.
pastries for 1 copper and meat pies for 2 coppers. And her meat pies come in a variety of different meats. You can either get fish meat in it, deer, beef, chicken meat pies. Basically, if it's some sort of a meat, she's baked a pie out of it.
That's a tough call. They all look very delicious.
But she is very grandmotherly woman who just has that look that she's going to remember everyone's face.
Roll, that was a 4. Okay, number 3. Yeah, Rick is drawn to one of the meat pies. He kind of looks at Marla and he says, "Do you have venison? Deer?"
Oh, I'm pretty sure. And she
rabbit?
opens up a warming drawer next to her where you see just this assortment of personal pies just lathered out in it. And she's like, yeah, this one. And the top of every pie is like the pastry is marked with like a different symbol to tell her what filling is inside of it. And she finds this particular one and plops it out and puts it in wraps it up in would essentially be like wax paper and places it on the counter. Just one today.
Yeah, just at least for one for myself. And while
Already?
he's wrapping, while she's wrapping up, Rick will kind of go and ask a little bit of Marla because he gets that, like, yeah, she's been here for a while. She's old. She might know the city a little bit. And so I go and say, I'm not from around this town. I'm a traveling musician, and I was just kind of wondering what is the most well-known tavern?
Oh, honey, I knew you were new. I've never seen your face before, but yes, I can give you some advice on just taverns and shops, or anything in particular.
Just looking for. Well, I'm with a group, and we'll be needing some room and board, and I'm just looking for where would be the best, largest that could house a party like ours. A rather bigger party.
Well, the Gilded Goose is pretty good. They do have a job board out front of that one if you're interested, but they're kind of small. There's also the Velvet Note. There's a little over there. That seems pretty popular. Stayed there a couple of times myself, and Lucian's a very nice man. There's also the Lucky Finn Tavern. Not the most appealing of all the taverns because it was built on top of one of the riverside warehouses. But there is this one. It's one of the older ones, and I believe it had been recently completely remodeled. It is the Poise Blue. Oh, what is it? Poise Blue Dragon Inn.
Sorry.
It's like a 2-story tavern inn. It's got plenty of rooms. It's really big, and it's right off the road. As she kind of points down towards the Lantern District, it's right off of the main road, just past the markets.
I see. What can you tell me about Amberforge?
Oh, I could tell you
Just
plenty
outside
of
of what
things.
yeah, Rick's looking for the deeper, the dark alley. He from base of what you are, what you had already said.
Well, most of the districts are pretty friendly and welcoming. You're still going to have your bad eggs. Every successful place has bad eggs. There's rumors of criminal underground and a whole bunch of different thieves guilds and smugglers guilds, but as long as you don't bother them, they don't bother you. But I will say, and she kind of gestures way off, but like nothing specific, on the far northern side of the city. If it looks dark and gloomy and not many people are there, if at all. I would avoid that area, especially if you're new. It's just
Far northern.
we avoid it. Some bad things have happened there, and we just kind of let it bygones.
Uh-huh.
And she refers to it as the Dark District.
Marla, I very much appreciate you telling me all of this. This will, and he takes the meat pie and kind of slightly just undoes, not too much of the wrapping, but he kind of takes a small sniff of it, and he's like, I'm going to enjoy this. And pays her the 2 copper, but also, well, we'll just say a little extra on top. I'll say 3 silver and 2 copper for the extra information.
Oh, you're so generous, lad. And as one little bit of advice, one last piece of advice for her, you go. Since you are new and all, keep aware of your belongings. There's a little rumor going about that 3 of our merchants, granted they were newer and pretty small, but we haven't seen them in quite a while. 3 merchants vanished after buying maps from some old peddler that was seen around these parts. Haven't seen that old bastard since, nor have I seen the merchants. We don't know if they went missing in the city, but the city guard swears that they haven't seen him leave.
Said merchants buying buying maps from an old man, but you haven't seen him recently, huh?
Unfortunately, haven't seen the old fecker, nor have we seen those 3 merchants that used to. And she like points to like 3 empty tents, like much smaller than some of the carts and areas that you've seen, like little tiny vendors, like maybe someone who made something in like their rooms and whatnot. Super tiny, but she points out to 3 empty stalls, like completely empty, of where there used to be 3 other merchants.
Mm-hmm.
They're all excited about buying these maps, and then haven't seen them since.
Well, maybe they just sadly. I have heard of many tales of adventurers going on with treasure maps and meeting their demise. But good to note. If I see an old man selling maps, I will make sure I'm a little bit more aware around him. And thank you for the tip.
Always, well,
Right,
always
well-
welcome, always welcome.
And he walks out the door and walks back to the group with his meat pie, and slowly he's unwrapping it and looking like he is eating some of it, but also taking chunks of it and sliding it down the coat to feed the other 2. So going like through the arm.
The
and
meat
such.
pie is heavenly. You don't know what she put in it, but it's almost on par with some of Brandy's best cooking.
Rick's like, better not tell Brandy this.
Suddenly, that place is just going to get bombed. Gonna go there,
Rick
just gonna be
keeps this
cinders and ash.
Rick keeps this as a complete secret. He will continue to try to praise Brandy's cooking as best as possible. He will not compare, but he's like, yeah, this is good.
That'd be brave.
Tim. Check my roll.
Holy shit, that's a 20. Brandy's back at it again.
Who doesn't have?
Oh, thank God, that was just a stealth check, though.
Yeah, can't be found. Who doesn't have their inspo?
I don't have one. I
Oh,
don't
you got a
think.
20.
No, I don't have one.
I don't see
He
it.
gets it. Yeah, you were not
Oh
gonna
wait.
see it.
Oh wait. I see the.
Roll to the DM.
Ah.
It was a stealth. I will share it just so you have proof it exists.
They can
No, I believe it. It's
they
just
can
that.
see it on
Damn.
the feed if they go look at the feed.
They're not supposed to watch it. The DM does. I looked at the feed just because I'm a mod for it, so I try and make sure to get rid of the spam bots that show up.
Yeah. I have it running in the background, but I don't watch it. I just run it in case someone pops in. I can say hi.
Hey. Same.
But
Have
as
it
I
running
told the
for
DM, I will be randomly spamming him with stealth and sleight of hand checks.
Oh, Brandy's in a large city.
Yeah. Why should we even cast invisibility on the Kender?
Having invisibility on top of that stealth roll would be insane.
We had that already happen back in the bandit town.
No. Not to the level that is currently
No,
implied.
We saw what could potentially happen.
And I just gotta ask this: who forgot the harness?
You're not even with us. Shush.
Like she
you.
couldn't pick her way out of it.
Silence, wench.
Even if you locked a harness on Brandy would just get out of it.
We are not turning the Kender into a leash baby.
You would go to leash on the Kender and she'd be gone.
Yeah. Basically. It's like before we got collided in
leash
actual harness.
Just like fucking cut at the at some area.
Because regular leashes with the Springer Spaniel, their head
What?
slips out the collar like crazy.
I'd like to point out,
Oh,
the Kender is
spaniel.
probably one of
Oh.
the strongest people in the party as well.
Which
Kender has an 18 strength.
God damn!
Holy shit!
It's like those
You
Ant
guys-
documentaries where you realize exactly how much, like, multiplication.
Haven't you realized how
wise,
much
how
shit
big
she's
they
been
become?
carrying for you guys before we got Eddie?
No, I know. I know how
I didn't
much
realize
you
that
carry.
counted as weight training.
It's like Dragon Ball Z with the weighted vests and like the cuffs and
Mhm.
things like that.
Yeah.
They finally decide to throw down for real, and they're like, "Hold on, let me take off my weighted garments."
And then they're all confused.
Wait, what?
Like, what the hell are you guys
If she
doing?
drops her
Takes it
inventory,
up.
is she
What
faster than
the-
I am?
No, you got longer legs. That absolutely helps when it comes to speed.
In the realistic world of what we would believe, yes, but D&D rules as written does not explain this at
Yeah.
all. So
We love
we love
D&D
homebrew this shit.
The Kender's walking speed is 40 feet.
That's pretty solid.
So as strong as the barbarian, as fast as the wizard.
Or as fast as a monk.
Well, but not as fast as the monk.
Mine's
Monk
also
still goes
full
faster.
though.
Not as fast as the
thing
monk.
that roll wasn't for anything else. Gosh.
Brandy's on par with Andrana, who also has a move of 40.
We're
That's just
also
'cause she's getting
discovering
better
that
at getting out of the way.
Delanora is part of the market group. We just rolled that lovely dice out of a D100 and rolled a 1. So yes, with the markets.
Nice.
Oh, I thought she vocalized it at the last session, but
Yeah.
If so,
Oh,
it
she
was never
wasn't
written
there.
down, so I wasn't
But
sure.
no. Eleanor
uh,
wasn't here last time. Because Country was working. So Tim had automatically assigned her to the research group, but needed to have Country say where he wanted to
Alright.
Country, Brandy essentially hit the city and vanished.
I may or may not be tracking random sleight of hand checks that are being sent my way.
Oh boy, Brandywine's getting in trouble.
I'm
No,
not.
you have to be caught. Get in trouble.
In
If
some of
there's no
these
evidence.
generator rolls, I'm like, how? Okay.
also out of character, Tim. Rick will be at least looking to put up advertisements throughout the city of posters for the band.
And Brandy is feeling
Nice.
generous, so as I'm perusing, I'm looking for objects that would interest everybody in the party, not just Brandy, but really shiny things.
All right. So while marketers are doing market things, let's do a hop, skipping, and jump. So in the also housed to the tower square is also your scholar district. This is where your libraries are. This is where your other sources of magical, non-magical stuff. The scholars' quarter. And as Spot, Viv, and Andrana are walking around, you guys are notating that there's a couple of really cool stuff around here. Your notable shops, ding, 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 is the Rune Wrights Workshop.
Huh.
There's also another shop called the Sapphire Sigil. A shop called the Quill and Candle. And the massive building. Big old wording. The Grand Athenaeum. The largest library in the city.
Oh, Andrana's heading straight towards that.
Spot's following. Spot's taking note of places, but it's like, all right, Knowledge first, then stores.
So to the Grand Athenium.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Grand Athenium, largest library in the city. As you walk in, there is a desk being run by a female elf, kind of checking things, big pile of books on the table in front of her. She looks young, but elves, you can
She's
never
an
be too
elf.
sure.
Yeah. So what? She's only 100?
Probably 200.
But the way she's handling the books, like sometimes she's doing things, putting them in places on carts without even looking at them. Like she just knows every single one.
Oh, at least 200. Got it. But yeah.
And as the three of you walk into the building, she does that like side glance as she's still putting carts in, checking in books, stamping things, marking things, putting like not even looking at what she's doing beside of her now. She's looking at you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Magic books. Books about magic. Where?
No, specifically, can you help us look for books about different religions? Different deities? No?
Androna shakes her head. She's like, no. I want a book written by a wizard who has calculated things out. And how different magics work.
Okay.
Well, that is a lot more specific than magic books. As she kind of has that like look on her face.
Androna just shrugs and is like, I've never been in a library, so shrugs.
Never been in a library, and I have been worked here for centuries. Anywho,
so you know where all the good books are.
She's got plenty of things available for research. And there's also a restricted collection that she talks about, but things need to be accessed with either fee, favor, or special permission. She carries herself like she is like, I'm not just going to hand off a book to just anyone.
Oh, I don't plan on leaving the building with it. I plan on just sitting and reading it.
But you discover that for fee or favor, the players can investigate monsters, ancient ruins, local nobility, forgotten gods, historical events. And she may or may not be trying to hide a restricted collection that may or may not contain forbidden tomes, ancient maps, and magical records.
That's good information to know.
That's your stuff. That's not my stuff. That's your
Yeah, that's right now we just need the basics.
Okay, well, the children's section is that way.
Funny.
You know what? Sure.
Books for Brandy.
Androna fully just walks that way. Just
three of you roll me an insight check.
Oh yeah.
No fucking way.
Where is my? Oh, I'm not.
That's an almighty dope.
How about an 18?
Spot's just dumbfounded at the moment.
Spot's offended about being called a child.
I knows how to.
Clearly, this woman who eventually, through conversation, introduces herself as archivist Elowen Voss. Clearly, she's got an extremely high intelligence and doesn't see people very often. So, for two of you at least, you kind of pick up that she's going to do whatever she can to fuck with you guys, just because she's bored.
I like her.
Oh, Androna started moving towards the
Great.
children's section.
No. Go over there, and she points to another nook. That's
Gotcha.
city information, building code, stuff about the area. That's
Oh no.
navigational
Don't
stuff.
need that. Don't need that. Need answers.
Depends on the question.
Listen, I went from not having magic to abruptly having magic, and this one pointing at the cat with that spot. It's just like this one keeps calling it clerical magic. I haven't talked to any gods recently, so pretty sure they're supposed to.
I had
be connection
headphones on.
there.
I'm just stepping away a second.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's like kind of a communication that has not happened. So
You might want to go visit the temple for like deity information. There might be a couple of books here that might brush up on your symptoms.
Mhm.
She's now like looking at you like you have some sort of illness because your query does not compute because well you're talking about
Exactly.
gods and magic and
Yeah.
and things that
That-
are beyond my scope.
That's why I was asking for books about deities to start off with. But a good general book on general magic will also benefit her.
She gestures back to where she tried to read direct Andrana and be like, that section over there will have books on geographical stuff, area stuff, as well as maybe a book or two on the temples, local temples, and what they worship and whatnot. So you might be able to get successful over there.
Okay, that's a start.
Okay.
Mom's computer crashed.
Oh,
Everyone's having technical difficulties. Gee.
All the way out. Oh, Mom must have blue screened.
ooh.
Mm.
For the three of you in the library, because there's art and statues and things like that about, can you roll me a perception check?
Sure. Androna's been casing the place the entire time. 'Cause there's no better word for it than
Androna.
just
Only because Spot rolled just under the DC. Androna, you
God damn
notice
it.
that the statues and busts and things are all busts of the Greek pantheon. You see busts and things of like Zeus and Hermes and things like
well,
that.
yeah, I'd recognize Hermes.
But
We've seen her.
the stone slab that these statues are rested on don't match the stone that the busts themselves are made out of.
Are the busts all made of the same material, and the slabs they're sitting on the same different material?
Yes. But with the amount of statues and things that you've seen, normally they're cut out of one piece.
Right. do the busts match the rest of the stonework in the building or the city? Or do the bases match?
The bases match most of the stonework.
Okay. Trying to determine. Which means the busts could hypothetically move. Right? Maybe. Maybe they're secured.
Would you like to investigate?
Yeah. I'll probably walk up to the Hermes one because we've met Hermes kind of at least once. So it's like, I recognize this guy.
But yeah, you're seeing like Zeus and Apollo and Athena and Hades, and you see a Hermes one, and you're like, hey, he does kind of look like a statue.
Huh. He did a pretty decent job. But yeah, I'm gonna walk around it. Are there like ropes around it, i.e. don't touch this? Or any
No,
signage that
as
says
more
don't
of
touch?
a library aesthetic, it's kind of like similar rules to like an art show, as to where they're all just kind of out for. It's almost like it's anticipated or expected that they don't really need to rope it off because it's common knowledge, no one touchy.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, if you would like to investigate further,
Yes.
roll me an
I would.
investigation.
Investigation is nothing but
And while you're doing that, I'm assuming Spot and Viv are checking out the books in the Nook.
Before checking out that section, Spot will ask, where are your books on learning different languages?
Easy Spot. And she points like directly behind her up the stairs. There's an entire corner that she points out. All of them are up there. All of them.
Thank you. He takes a mental note of that, and then he will go to the very first nook to kind of help Andrana find
oh, and Drone's
the
looking at a statue right now.
well, to find the particular books to help
Oh yeah, yeah.
Andrana. He's not even clocked in the statues. He's like library books,
Least.
knowledge.
It's only +1.
As you're kind of
Smell
walking
burn
up the
right.
staircase, she does that turn and shout despite library. I don't recommend anything written by Volothamp Gedarb. Just as a heads up.
She doesn't recommend?
You ask her why?
Well, yeah, no. Like Andrana's looking at statue. I only got a 9. I was trying to decide if I wanted to burn inspo for fuck it's, but actually, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna roll it one time.
stops and just goes, who?
Volothamp Gedarm.
Worse.
Despite his many publishings, Bolo is a fucking idiot.
Wait, so you know him?
Good to know.
She starts listing off like Bolo's Guys to Monsters, Bolo Guys to Forgotten Realms, and it's like,
Oh,
yeah.
oh that
His
took me way
full
too
name
long.
is Volothamp Gedarm.
Yeah.
Any books published by him, she recommends don't touch.
Nice touch.
Oh, it's nice.
I was
Love
gonna
it.
look at her and be like, so he was more of like a tourist rather than a scholar?
Bolo is nothing more than a bard who believes he is intelligent, and a poet, and a scholar, and a discoverer of many things. He blows his theories right out of his arse, and I interact.
So read his fiction, not his nonfiction. Got it.
No, just understand that everything you read by him is nonfiction. Or fiction, sorry.
Which also makes a lot more sense for anyone who's played Baldur's Gate 3 and met Volo. It's like, yeah.
Yes.
Hey, the goblins attacked this field. Okay, and the dragon that was with him, was it a silver dragon? What? There was no silver dragon. Oh, so you mean it was a small silver dragon? I see what you're trying to force upon.
No, it was a golden dragon. Get it right.
But Badger, to help Andrana while I'm looking in the section for Andrana's books, shall I roll my Dewey Decimal skill to
If you want
help.
to find your books much, much faster, yes.
There we go.
You're doing that. Adrona's still stuck on this front
You
desk.
have a particular type of book in mind, and you're just really quickly just rattling off numbers and authors and things, and you're just this one. Which, while everyone else is like trying to do this to read the book bindings and whatnot, you're just like here, and then plucks a book right off the shelf.
And Andrana is gonna walk up to the desk lady and be like, "So, did something happen to like the original statues?
What original
It's like
statues?
it looks different." Well, she'll point at the pedestals and the busts having different materials or whatever. Be like, did the original ones break?
Yeah, I looked to. Yeah, and in all of my years, I've never known to be any other type of statue here. I wonder if it's just the artist trying to be different and has a different base, and she's looking very perplexed. Like she understands what you're asking, but has no idea of what could have been there. Because again, she goes on about saying that she's worked there for centuries and has never known anything except this piece in that spot.
What kind of stone is that?
You had to ask the question that he was not prepared for.
So the bases are mostly granite.
Okay.
A little bit darker, most common type of stone, highly durable, difficult to work with. But if you're going to build a city with it, then hell yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas the statues on top of the bases are probably more like alabaster.
Okay.
More translucent, softer, mostly restricted to smaller indoor pieces. But like the ones that you would have maybe seen outside, now that you're thinking about it, will probably the bases or the statues were probably made out of like limestone or sandstone.
Gotcha. So, do you know who made them?
Probably by one of our master builders back when the city was created.
When? Oh.
He wanders off to that one navigational section she tried telling you to go to and plucks a book off the shelf and flips it open.
Yeah, I'll follow her. Why not?
Spot will walk past, hand Andrana the book to help
I-
her, and then he'll go to the language area and look for Elvish and Dwarvish languages, and then he'll just kind of like he will end up disappearing in those books.
Before he
So-
disappears into those books, Viv's gonna look at him and be like, "You could have just asked me to teach you Elvish."
He is now in his element. He did not hear you.
Joanna will look at Viv and be like, I'm willing to learn Elvish at some point.
Let me know when. I will sit down. I'll teach you Elvish and any other language that I know that you might not.
Deal.
Alrighty. She flips open, the archivist flips open a book and mentions that most of the city was built by or was run by a man called Ivar Ironvein, who is the father to the industry's representative for the Merchant Council, Brom Ironvein.
Ah, okay.
So apparently, Brom's father, Ivar, and his craftsmen built the city long time ago, and where most of the hills around the city were mostly granite. So that's why they used granite. It was very abundant and easy to source.
Okay.
When she answers that question, she puts the book back, still a little perplexed as to not having knowledge on that particular suspect. It's almost like she's never really paid attention to the art in the library. But you did bring up a valid point. So she kind of eventually walks back over to that Hermes statue and kind of like looks at it the same way that you were looking at it. Like, yeah, why is there two different materials? But she can't put a finger on it and just eventually goes back to what she was doing.
Okay. I think for now, Androna's going to start flipping through her book. I'm used that she at least entertained the elf. I got the elf thinking. Like,
And
she
all of
seemed
her
bored. I gave her a
really
puzzle.
yeah, and all of her toted knowledge that she seems to have, she had no idea of that very particular thing, and it looks like it's bothering her just a little bit.
Are these, you said you used busts and you used statues. Are these like human-sized statues? Like,
Some of them are.
or larger? Okay.
I think there's one or two of them in this library which were much bigger. Like there's a big Zeus one in the like far back, like center pillar kind of deal.
Right.
And but yeah, they all have the same kind of commonality to where the bases and the statues themselves are different. But then there are like the smaller busts. There's like full like small, normal human-sized ones floating around. It's just kind of scattered between the floors of the library kind of deal, along with paintings and whatnot that also portray this pantheon.
Yeah, I'll drop it for now. And start flipping through the book. Spot handed me.
Okay. And which one did that
Really?
have?
Whichever one he found, because he was like his role was to help find the book for me.
Mhm.
So I'm not exactly sure what book it is.
But you were looking for like
The
deities
different
and
like
stuff like
temples. Yeah, deity stuff. Temples and stuffs.
Deities,
so you start
temples, basic
flipping through your book.
magic use.
So Spot's
And
in a
Spot's
different
trying to
section of the library, right?
find. Yeah, he's upstairs,
Language
Starts
use.
with their
one of the
starting
other
atrium.
floors, with Viv, looking at how to speak Elvish, I guess.
Well, Elvish and Dwarvish. Just he'll grab both books and kind of be skimming.
Mhm.
Spot's essentially getting like that base level. Like he knows he'll eventually need to either purchase the books or check them out. So he's getting like basic notes.
Oh, Andrana is flat out just like she looks through the index first, figure out which section, and then figure it out there. Unless there's no index, and then there's a lot of.
There's an index, and you kind of figure out kind of the area. So instead of just flipping mindlessly, you're like, no, this looks like that would be the section that I need to go
Let's
to.
get this. Yeah.
Which is probably like in the first or the second third of the book itself, where you're flipping through. So you got to go pretty deep in order to get what you're looking for. But that saves you from going through all the other stuff in the beginning.
Yeah. And I know Viv referred to dude as the Allfather. I think she used both Allfather and Odin when I showed like my amulet. Pretty sure.
Yeah, she
Or
did.
just yeah, okay. So it's like I've got a symbol, I got two names. Flip through things.
All right. So while you're looking at that, let us check in with somebody else. Verdan, you're wandering the forge board. Forge board smells like smoke, ringing steel, and coal fires. Oh, and also you can hear the ting tang tong in the distance, thumping of stone.
Tang tong and a little bit of bong.
But yeah, Forge Ward is home to smiths, armorers, builders, and craftsmen. A few notable shops and things that you see as you're wandering the Forge Ward. You got the Iron Vein Forge.
Okay.
The Brass Anvil. You have Oak and Ember. Or Ember and Oak, I should say, in the proper way. Ember and Oak. And then Copper Clasp Repairs.
So was that class repairs or classical repairs?
Copper Clasp Repairs.
Oh, copper clasp repairs. Okay.
Spelled and arranged like Copper Clasp is a last name.
Okay. You mentioned crafts D type people like in this district as well. Is there anywhere that immediately strikes me as sort of monster hunter / animal parts, or like anyone who would be interested in something of note from some kind of monster or creature?
Yep. So as you're kind of wandering through and looking at the shops and carts and whatnot, constantly hearing the sounds of hammering echoing around the districts. The Iron Vein Forge looks like that they sell common weapons, armor, toolkits, and things. The brass anvil has more like pole arms, shields, military equipment. Ember and oak have bows, crossbows, arrows, and hunting supplies. So that might be the one that answers your question. And coppercast repairs, weapons, armor,
Okay.
clocks, crossbows, musical instruments, kind of like everything else.
So copper clasp is like performance gear.
Yep, there's a sign beneath the name of the shop. So like you got copper clasp repairs, and just under it, a smaller sign that says repairs nearly anything.
Just making a note of
with
this.
nearly having like a hand painted like underline to it to emphasize nearly.
All right, fair enough. All right, yeah, I guess I'll check out Ember and Oak. But I am gonna kind of peek into the brass anvil just to kind of see what their operations are like in the window.
All right, so you said you go to Ember and Oak and poke around the window.
And I'm going to Ember and Oak, but on the way I'm poking my head into the brass anvil just to see what the operations look like through the window.
You see a human female hammering out some stuff. Looks like she's got something wrapped around her head, but from a good quick glance, you can't quite tell with the fire behind her silhouetting her a bit. But yeah, it looks like it's military equipment. You know that the city, you've seen them have a city guard and whatnot. This seems to be the place that fabricates, repairs more of that kind of equipment. You do see a large selection of like pole arms and shields, so this vendor might have more in terms of like long range, two-handed weaponry and armory and stuff like that.
Okay.
But as you eventually wander into Ember and Oak, you see two individuals working behind the counter. You see a dwarf and a wood elf. Kind of differently, they both look very excited to see you. Hello there.
I gotta take it back like that's the warmest welcome I've ever fucking had. How's it going?
They introduce themselves as Flint Emberforge, which is the dwarf, and Willow Reedrunner, the wood elf. You can kind of tell that you can kind of tell that as they are interacting with you and each other that this is a husband and wife duo.
Oh, that's sweet. He doesn't really speak much. He doesn't really speak any dwarvish, but he's going to give him like a dwarf, like a kind of like a dwarven greeting that he's picked up from his old boss. He's going to kind of say, like your place. Do you? This is a weird one. Do you take like beast parts of that may be of use for weaponry?
Flint looks right at Willow, who gets all excited. Like, yes, you have monster parts? What kind of monster parts? Bones, scales, what do you got?
He's gonna set the bag holding down, and he's gonna go on like the countertop. Gonna stand on the countertop. He's kind of reaching with both hands, and he's gonna kind of pull out the jewel claw. Bam.
Willow's eyes light up, and then you hear Flint, who is a little bit, shorter as a dwarf, looking at this thing. The fuck is that?
Something. Oh, fuck. What was it? This thing cat. It's like, I think it was a tool. I don't know. Big looking land shrimp. Poisonous. Though I'm pretty sure this is depoisoned as this was extracted from someone, I think professional. I don't know them. I've only known them for like 2 weeks. But it looks professionally done.
Yep, Willow kind of examines it and mentions that the cuts were very surgically done. There is no rough cuts that would ruin the pricing or its value or its use. It was
Okay.
She applauds. She's like, whoever cleaned this up did a really good job.
I'll definitely pass on that message. They'll be chuffed as peaches to hear it.
Flint pops up with the, I know you said something about, I don't think you're here to sell this because you asked the question first about turning this into other things. Yes?
Well, I'm sort of a blacksmith, sort of. I'm only solely apprentice. I can't claim the title of blacksmith myself. I like making my own weapons. I was kind of maybe hoping to get a value for it and maybe trade it in for something else. I like to appreciate everyone's work.
So you want to sell this tool piece? Use tool? And Willow's like gonna like correct him, like, yes. Okay. So you want to sell this for something in the shop?
Yeah. I mean,
Willow, would you
what it's worth? So
do whatever this part is?
Go easy on me. Now I realize it's a bit of a niche item, but there's a buyer for everything.
And what specific thing was this? A pincer claw?
So I had to make it as a custom item because there was just no item. But yeah, it was literally the entire claw of the jewel, pincer and everything.
Okay, pincer claw utilized with this.
I think you did give me. You did give me damage stats for 10. It's like at least 10-foot long, D10 damage. I had to just custom make it. This fucking big. Even compared to a normal person, it's big. He's also going to kind of explain, like, I do have some gold to my name, so if you don't have, maybe something quite like this, but I'd very be interested to see to purchase, make up the rest of the purchase.
So Willow brings out a book and she takes documents of it and makes some notes of it, checking over certain things, to try to get age, height, size of this thing, overall, how well was the item taken care of, the collector side of things.
Yeah.
And then she scribbles some more things in her book and she passes it over to Flint, who looks down at it and, okay. And then he comes back over to you and mentions that For 40 gold, they could take the piece off your hands.
Okay. Do you have anything maybe we could trade for it?
Gestures. Take a look around, see what. See what is there something you're looking for?
It's hard to explain. Not a souvenir, but something that looks well made. That's it was taken. The time and effort was taken to it. Maybe I could study it and strengthen my own skills from it.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Not very descriptive.
No, it's not. It doesn't really tell me much.
I know. I'm sorry.
DM 101. We hate it when people go very, very vague, and it's like, or at least for specific.
He's looking. He's looking for something well made that he can study later on.
Yeah, perception check. What do you see?
Luck. That was a 9. Luck point. That's much better. That's a 19. Oh, Kemma.
You kind of like wander around the store and kind of notice right off the bat that. Yeah, very good. So as you go wandering around the store.
23.
You good? Yeah.
Sorry.
So
yep, sorry.
You start wandering around the store and realizing that just about everything there, both elvish looking and dwarven looking, was made by Flint. They kind of have the duo feel where she goes out and collects the materials. He comes and does the crafting, building kind of thing of everything.
Okay.
Everything's got his, the oak and ember stamp on it, which kind of just looks to be a campfire within the flame is, and everything's made with the same kind of like quality, like they don't sell anything that he doesn't like kind of deal. There's, and even for a shop, a lot of blacksmiths have like a scrap area, things that didn't quite come out very well but could still be useful kind of deal. You don't see any of that. But as you're kind of like the one thing that you catch as an interesting item is that there's this hard black longbow that was crafted from a tree struck by lightning. So you have these intricate char patterns running through it. The entire wood looks like it was burnt pretty badly, but it's still like perfectly crafted into a usable bow. It's more or less just a normal longbow, but it has that like interesting look to it, kind of giving you that sense of he makes things that work well and look good.
I'm gonna inquire about the bow. How much are you willing to let this go for?
They mentioned how it was kind of a staple piece because it's so unique. Willow talks about how she was foraging for materials when Storm rolled by and struck this tree, and after she put the fire out, noted that there was this one thick branch that you could tell that the bow was made out of that caught her eye because it has like that lightning,
the patterns,
the woodworking, the lightning patterns. When they run electricity through 2 points, you get all that like kind of thing.
Like all the
whole bow has that
like
look
veins almost.
Yep. And Flint mentions that it took him much longer than usual to craft it because it was such a interesting piece, but was able to sand it down in such a way so it made a just perfectly good bow. But he was able to save all of the unique coloring and look to it.
Okay.
It's generally, they mention that it's their interesting item because it's the piece that makes people come in. But all in all, it's just a long bow.
Kind of looks at it. It's like, I'll be nothing if not fair.
So you
Name
kind
your
of
price.
from your blacksmithing, you kind of know that most normal longbows run about 50 gold. They mention that they'll
50 or
part for it
15?
for 50.
Okay.
But because of just how unique the piece is, they mentioned that they would like to try to sell it for like 70.
That's fair. And they gave what, a little piece of what, 40 for the jewel?
40 for the jewel piece, yeah.
Okay. He's gonna offer the jewel, and then he's gonna throw another 40, so 80.
Not one for haggling. I like the way you work, and takes it with much gratitude. Anything else
I
we
like
can do
to
for you, little
haggle,
one?
but could you point me in a direction where I could maybe look for some gunpowder or scrap metal? Or say, no, not gunpowder. I have gunpowder. Oil.
Any type of oil? Anything specific?
Rude, something just out of the ground, ideally.
They do a nod, and Clinton's actually going to like change the subject while Willa goes into the back. You mentioned that you were a crafter yourself. What kind of works do you? Let me see what you can do. What are some of your best works?
There's gonna be, because I'm assuming he's kind of in the shop. What is it, like a shop? Is it like an open stall?
It's a shop that's got a very wide archway that leads to a indoor-outdoor smithy.
Like Gobber's Hut kind of type deal.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Just kind of turn. And it's just going to be just the elbow just sitting there. Technically, won't be made my hand. There was some finger wagging involved, but the blueprints were there.
No, so you bring the owlbear in.
Yeah, it's robotic, so it can't. But it looks like a giant puppy. And then he's also kind of
hop off of whatever stool he's in and runs over to it. Like, okay. And immediately goes straight into brings the monocle down, does one of these things, looking at everything, lifting the arm of it, checking inner fine points. Oh, yeah. And like you see him do things to the owlbear that only you know how to operate, like where to like secret compartments to open to check the inner workings. And, you know, there's a part of like section of the head that it like pops open to look into. Okay, pops it, and you're just like, how? Because normally for something that detailedly crafted, he just knows exactly what's going on. So yeah, he's over searching. Oh yeah, you could definitely as you call it, finger wag into it. Yeah. But otherwise, really crafted, really well done.
Thank you. And then he's also kind of brandish his arm. It's very crude, but it had to get the job done for the work to continue. But then he's going to kind of also gesture the arms. This, I was able to kind of play around with a bit more. Like the two other ones. Oh. Bing bang. Bing bang.
The EP time strikes again.
No
But
EP
yeah,
time.
as he's looking it over and kind of like, yeah, you're doing really well on your own, he says. But then you hear this like wood rolling, something large and wooden, kind of like, and Willow is bringing out this like half keg barrel from
Holy
outside.
cow.
It's about as big as you.
Okay.
Because you're on the small side, so you have this like half keg that comes out.
This just like,
and you can kind of see little bits that had spilled out of it and whatnot. It's all tight and secured and whatnot. But on the side of it is in wood burned in oil on the side of it. I got plenty for dredging, so if I need to part with a barrel, I can part with a barrel.
oh, okay. How much is your rate for it? Who knows, I might come back for more.
For a barrel like this, for how much is in it, I'd probably say 100 gold. There are some times I can find this stuff for cheaper, sometimes more. It depends on who's selling it and where they get it from.
Okay.
So you kind of get the thing like 100 as being favorable because like he did admit that he can find it somewhat cheaper in some places or not so much cheaper in other places.
Okay.
So he's kind of ballparking it.
And you can get this stuff. You can kind of have a source for it.
Yeah, so I can always get more.
Okay. I'm doing. You're twisting one of my arms.
If you're doing any kind of mental calculating, there's about 50 individually uses in there, so you're kind of looking at it as 2 gold per portion.
Oh yeah.
And if you were going to go to like find like a vial of oil kind of thing, the prices are matching.
Okay, so I kind of get the impression he's trying to be fair. Yeah, I'll accept.
Especially because you let him look at some of your stuff and you guys talked about things, and it's that whole, it's less of like seller to customer and more like tradesman to tradesman. Like, I'll give you one of my barrels because you look like you're going to use it well, kind of deal.
I'm definitely going to be back here. I like this place.
But yeah, for 100 gold, he gestures to the barrel, the half keg, go ahead and take it.
He's gonna kind of look at it and look at the bag. One sec. Hang on. I just need to double check. Would you? I think you've reduced the knowledge you can do on items. Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna need to reduce it so we can fit it in the bag.
Yep.
He probably
Also
could
makes it
haul
easier
around.
to carry because you reduce it, everything's shrunk in half. It's even lighter because even Willow looked like she was struggling with it, and you just pick it up, plop it in the bag of holding, and away it goes.
That's much better. Kind of pats the pouch. Your name was again, sorry?
What was that?
No, he's going to be like your name was again. Sorry.
Yeah, the dwarf reintroduces himself as Flint Emberforge, and the wood elf as Willow Reed Runner.
Well, Flint, Willow, love your place here. Appreciate the hospitality.
All right. You head out then? You done?
Yeah,
You done
then
shopping?
he's gonna. I'm done shopping. He's gonna be out on his merry way.
Excellent. Well, since we've almost checked in on everybody, what are you up to?
Wandering with everyone else at the market.
You're at the markets. All right. Well, interesting. Okay, so we go. So the majority of you are at the markets. Verdan's wandering in the Forge Ward, and 3 of them are down in the library. The rest of you are in the markets. So let's go back and check in with the market folks. I also realized I didn't change the blacksmith district. That entire time, I forgot to change the map.
Oh,
So, at least for Daniel's
Ooh.
recollection, there's your forge, that district that you went to.
ooh. So is that one Ember and Oak, or is that Iron Vein?
That one's Iron Vein. Ember and Oak is probably the
Okay.
smaller one next to it.
Okay, that makes sense.
But because I have multiple market ones, let's go back to the markets. And check in on everybody over there. So, Brandy's still being Brandy. You guys haven't seen her in a hot minute. Oh, geez, I've been behind.
Y'all scared yet?
Andronic
Oh.
not.
I'm not scared at all.
Yeah, because you don't know.
The only person that should be scared is the DM.
DM's not scared.
You're right. He's terrified.
You're not terrified either.
No, I'm terrified from the text that I just got.
No, it just comes to the fact that with Brandy, I just have to increase my DCs
Damn it,
for
I
certain
muted.
things.
I was saying this is my favorite bit when Brandy goes for a walk. It's like when Allegard goes for a walk. It's always terrifying.
And she's disappeared on you when it was just the 9 of you running around. She is now in a city full of random people and a lot more hiding places. So she steps into the crowd. It's like that movie where they step somebody, you see someone comes in front of the camera, and then they're gone.
And I'm being kind to the DM. I'm actually, taking some time in between my little theft ring. So I'm not stealing everything, just most of it.
Not everything, but most of it, though.
It's
Ow.
quite a look.
Following up on messages and realizing I have made a mistake.
Ah,
Oh,
Emotional damage.
was it about Brandy or?
With just about what people have what they need.
Oh, yeah. I can feel the eyeballs burning.
Oh, sorry, what?
Napalm sticks like glue.
oh, do we still?
Oh yeah, we're back in the market districts. What are you guys up to? We see we had Rick go get some foods and Brandy kind of wandering off. Kyroth is hanging out with the Amanales, which kind of leaves like Kath and Delanora. What are you guys venturing out for?
I want to find a jeweler art store by which to sell these items.
I'm kind of just wandering with this group to get a just kind of view the city with them for now.
One of the notable shops that you think might help you on that adventure would be Tink's Curious Findings. Is just kind of wandering by the stand. They have quite a little bit of everything. You're seeing things like bent keys, foreign coins, strange gears, tiny carved monsters, unidentified fossils, a whole bunch of random shit.
Yeah, don't check that out. See if Tink is in the area.
Yeah, since you guys are still in the river markets, until otherwise told, or mentioned, yeah, Tink's is probably the only shop you're finding in this area that might or might not do what you need it to do. So you kind of wander in. Working on something diligently with eyeglass,
Uh-oh.
zooming in to something very small. Is a male gnome working on some assortment of gears that you can't quite identify from just walking in. There's all sorts of like bits and bobs and random shit. Some stuff that makes sense, some stuff that don't make sense. But he's in there working on it. Doesn't even notice you walk in yet.
Okay. I'll mill about looking at his stuff. You know, don't want to interrupt what he's doing just yet.
One notable thing that you will see that he is selling is a brass compass. And the little explanation card next to it mentions that it always points towards the nearest tavern.
Keth will kind of chuckle to himself a little bit. Like, sure someone could find that useful.
and it is currently, just based on how it's being displayed, pointing directly towards the Lantern District, where all the majority of the town's taverns are anyway.
But presumably it works. Yeah.
And he still fails to notice you.
Again, not to kind of to interrupt him, but as I'm going through the shelves and aisles and cases, I'm assuming, just kind of clear my throat, just kind of again, just politely.
He snaps up. You can see that there's like several eyeglasses zooming in. You just see this one giant large eye. Huh? Who's there? Hey, oh, lifts up his entire headset. Hey, the customer.
Hello. How are you this afternoon?
Here, Grin. Welcome to my shop. Anything excites you? Anything interest you? What can I do?
I'm not particularly looking to buy at the moment. I do have some pieces I might be interested in selling if you're interested in taking a look.
I can look. What you got?
I'll kind of reach into my pack and pull out the pieces of art that I have. The small box of turquoise animal figures that I apparently have. And the two black masquerade masks.
Surprisingly, the only thing that he draws himself to is your animal figurines. Because then he kind of gestures on the wall, on the shelf behind him, that he has carved monsters of different types kind of sprawled around the shop. So obviously it's either a collectible or a hobby of his. So he picks up the turquoise pieces, examine them, flips down a couple of eyeglass lenses to kind of zoom in and take a good look at. Oh yeah, these are nice. Where'd you find them? Yeah, these are nice.
Found him doing some dungeon diving. Found him in a room with a mimic. Had to kill the mimic. Wasn't pretty. Anyway, would you be interested in him?
Yes. And as I'm looking at the thing, I gotta press this button. Because
God,
someone did the thing.
Oh my.
Oh,
Can you guess who done did the thing?
no. I think I can guess from the lack of seeing.
You're right.
You know what?
Let
For
me
anybody
guess,
who
it starts with
doesn't
the-
currently have a inspo, give yourself an inspo.
Yay!
Yeah. Let me guess. The thing in question, it starts with a B, and it kind of rhymes with brine.
I second that, Steven. That's fucking adorable.
That just makes me think of the Borrowers movie.
Just
great
not
fucking-
everything is super big because they're tiny kind of deal. But yeah,
Yeah.
and that's an old ass movie I haven't seen in a while.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna date myself even more. I was very fond of the Littles when I was younger.
My grandma had that movie. I remember seeing it. Yeah. Yeah, that came out well before The Borrowers, but it was kind of like the same concept.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna scribble on my notepad, and that's gonna hurt later. Uh, but yes, Tank is very interested in your strange items, or at least the animal figurines. Not sure if we recall
Okay.
how many you had, or was it just an assortment?
Yeah, it. You gave me the description of a small box of turquoise animal figures, and a value of 250 gold.
Lucky for
I'm
you,
assuming
for this
it's
particular
several.
item, you were talking to a collector. Without even bringing up price, he slaps a bag of gold on the counter. 300, take it or leave it.
All right, I could part with them for that.
Immediately
By the
scoops them up
by,
and starts putting them on the display stands behind him. So you got turquoise animals next to the carvings of the monsters, kind of thing.
do you happen to know who would buy or sell gemstones around the area?
Depending on the gemstone, you are either looking at the scholars quarters. If your materials might be magical, otherwise you are looking at the Noble Heights district, because there's some shops down there, including the auction hall, that passes all sorts of things through their doors.
Okay, gotcha. You know, I might not make it over that way. Is that something that you engage in often, or at all?
Sometimes, if I can use them as crafts, then he spends another like minute putting figurines up before coming back. Okay, what do you got? And starts looking over your gems and things.
Mm-hmm. I'll produce the 3 emeralds, the topaz, and the 4 amethysts.
Thankfully, most of these stones are fairly easy to work with in terms of like if you wanted to like break them down into smaller pieces for like crafts and things like that.
Hmm.
The you said you had a diamond?
No. 3 emeralds, 1 topaz, and 4 amethysts.
Yeah, he's pretty certain that either him or his other crafty friends would find uses for them. But he clearly has that expression of he's not sure their worth because he doesn't trade them or sell them often. So he just kind of like he picks one up, looks at it, puts one down, picks another one. So what are you thinking?
I was hoping that you'd give me an offer. Really not my area of expertise, as far as what the value might be worth.
Well, simply because I don't necessarily work with these too much. How does 150 sound?
I mean, I really don't know much, but I have to imagine that gemstones are worth more than that. At least from what I've seen of jewelry and whatnot.
I get you. I don't really use them too much. I could probably break down emeralds to make eyes for some of my monster figurines or whatnot. What do you want to say, like 200 then?
I don't know. They're small enough. They don't take up too much space in my pack. I think, no offense. I think I'll just hold on to them for the time being.
Okay, that's fine. I don't. He's a little disappointed that he can't make a sale or whatnot or buy them off of you, but he's also like honest in the fact that he just really doesn't trade them often enough to have much value for them.
Mm-hmm.
But he wishes you
Now
the
these,
best of luck in finding somebody who can or who does.
I appreciate it. Now about these masquerade masks and the art pieces here. I don't really have much need to carry those around.
Well, you can either try the noble district or like the auction house. They take all sorts of weird things. Or if you really don't care what happens to it, you could go and try to sell these down at docks. I know it sounds like a weird place to sell things, but there's a couple of dens that would probably make them disappear for you.
Okay. I'll check that out. Pleasure doing business with you on the figurines.
He kind of very quickly goes from like that disappointed salesman to like where you reminded him that now he's got more toys and he's all like, yeah, I'm gonna find so use for these, like so much use.
All right. Well, Tink, you have yourself a good day.
Likewise, yourself, sir.
I hope so. Farewell. And I'll head out and try to find the rest of the people in the marketplace.
Alrighty. Yeah, but no, raw. Anything you're just wandering or you want to do any kind of specific shopping? Yeah.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm kind of just wandering with the group, just kind of, for lack of a better term, window shopping. And taking in the sights of the buildings around. Mainly because I don't know what I want to do.
Make an intelligence
Fair enough.
check.
Sure, let me see what my, I get
Not
I
a
get a plus
perception.
1. Okay.
Do it intelligence.
That's what I was looking for. I get a plus 1 on that. Where are you at? That would be an 18.
From one player to another, you damn well know Brandy has stolen things for Spot and you in the past. You damn well know she's probably shadowing you guys. If you point to something strong enough, that she may just pop it up for you.
Delnor has the added advantage of just kind of making it look like her tail's just kind of swaying as it points. Let me see what my bonus is to that. Plus 1.
You know what kind of things you're looking for. It's just depending on if you see.
I don't see shit. 7.
Well, you'll just take longer to find
Nothing catches my eye at the moment. Let me rephrase it to that. Nothing catches my eye at the moment. Now, if we were to walk past any like weapons vendors that have weapons on display and like some really nice one-handed swords. Yeah, so while we're in this specific marketplace, nothing's really catching Delanora's eye. So, and she knows that if she's feeling a little peckish, she knows Brandy probably has some stuff stored around.
Alrighty. Well, so another, let's say about an hour goes by. We snap back to the library.
Okay.
Trying to do a little bit of role play, a little bit of role play, a little bit of role play, like bouncing around.
Well, fair enough. I'd say if it's been about an hour, Spot will at least have had not only the alphabet of each, the phonetic of each letter, common pairings of those letters, and a handful of basic words. So like 1 or 2 pages worth of notes on each language. So he can at least have that for study. And he forces himself to have that pause because he realizes, oh, there's other things to do. And he still needs to learn this area before he gets completely lost. And he kind of goes and checks in on others.
Wait, I assume, Viv, did you stay with Spot or Indrana?
Viv probably went and found a different, quieter, out of the way spot in the library and is sitting upside down in the chair, thumbing through a book. Just a random book. She has no idea what she picked up. She doesn't particularly care.
Mm. He's looking through something. Trying to
Yeah.
wait.
All right. So while I'm multitasking, so yeah, back in the library. Spot still deep in his 2 books. Beat, 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 beat. Dave's still
Okay,
hovering
Griff.
with Spot.
No, Griff said that after like an hour or so, he was gonna try and stop himself.
Right.
Although if you're hyper focusing,
No, I said he, because he knew he couldn't take these books with him. He got his basic level notes of each language, and once he had that, which probably didn't take him more than an hour, then he was going to find the rest of the group, and then continue on.
I'd visited some other corner, quiet corner, pretending to read a book. Reading?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretending to read a book while sitting upside down in the chair because the world looks different from this angle. And she's
Fair.
bored. Her mind, her options were go with the people that you know are not as powerful as the other ones. I mean, you're still as powerful as the other ones, but at the same time, you're also squishy. Or stay with the not so squishy ones that won't necessarily need as much defending. And, ooh, books. Wait, no, books are boring.
You're trying to stop yourself. You're reading. You've kind of wandered off. Okay.
More or less, Androna was scanning through for any emotion, like any mentions of like Odin or Allfather, or even like the Black Feather.
Yep. So you find this entire section on the North's pantheon. Talking about Odin, Thor, Loki, you know, the basic ones. But then you also find a snippet that Amherford really likes these guys.
Okay. But the library is full of the Greek pantheon.
This is true.
Weird to have the Greek pantheon if Amberford like really likes these guys. Benevolent?
That's it. Benevolent gods.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
No, because
I'll
I've
give
not
him-
dunked this back into Monster.
That one's a tricky word in general. Not a weird mouth shapes.
Say what a kid, motherfucker! God dare you!
What?
Yeah, like maybe like a benevolent god
Son of a bitch.
situation.
You good, bro?
Sorry, Daniel got me into that movie mindset. Thanks, Daniel.
You're well done. English motherfucker, do you speak it?
Well, in this context, it'd be common, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
That's fair.
Nice. Nice.
So I find whole spot talks about the Norse pan. So I'm intrigued. Is there any listing of a temple in the city?
There are a couple.
Towards this. Oh, okay. Which are they two specific gods in the pantheon, or are they just kind of all of them?
No, there's the mentioning of the entire Norse pantheon in the book.
Okay. Oh, I meant like
Specifically
you said
as
there were
to,
a
like-
couple of temples. You said there were a couple of temples. Like I meant like a temple dedicated to the Norse pantheon.
The book does mention that Amberford should have at least one.
Should have at least one. I assume what's her name is sitting bored at the desk again.
Absolutely.
Cool. So yeah, Adriana's gonna walk up to her and just be like, "So from this says, this is the only name I've gotten. Is there somewhere with more info about him?" Pointing at like either the page open to Odin or the Norse pantheon.
She reads that the section that you have open and starts wandering. You hear a little grist, like, come with me. And
Okay.
walks over to a section. And very similarly to what Spot did, does the wink and just plucks a book like she just was beelining right to it. Plucks the book out and hands it to you, like presents it to you, and it is a tome of works of the Allfather, by a dedicated high priest. Like the book was
Oh.
written by a high priest, so she's like, I'm pretty sure everything about this specific person should be in this book for you.
Perfect. Take that book. Give a little nod. Go back to Cubby. Let's start.
Are you reading silently? You're reading out loud?
Mm,
Kind of a mix of both.
yeah. Like if something that it's very much that like she's reading. If a thing seems confusing, she'll repeat it out loud. Like she'll like reread it and then eventually like verbalize it to try and see if maybe it can get something to click elsewhere in her brain. So it's that kind of thing.
Not only that, but as you're mumbling random facts about the Allfather, eventually someone's spidey sense kicks off because they are a paladin of Thor, and you're talking about for new people. But yes, you would have your spidey senses triggered on that one.
Bah. What'd you say? Or are you just saying it to Cal?
Sharing info. She was asking if she was within earshot of Endron, and I was like, for how large the library is, you guys didn't really spread out too terribly far. So even in the quietness of reading, the occasional mumbles from you eventually kind of makes her go, wait, did you say something about my pantheon? What's going on now? And may or may not wander over, dealing with Bebe.
Yeah. But yeah. It's more or less, think of it like the D&D version of reading somebody's dating profile. Deciding whether you're swiping one direction or the other. So it's like, clearly this god thought I was important, but why? I need to see if there's motives in here. Basically. Like, I've been important to a god before. I need to make sure I'm not just stepping into a new version of the same fucking shit.
Yep. You go into lore of Odin and his abilities and powers and who his friends and enemies and children are and all this other thing. There's a big old section on Thor and Loki and their feud, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on about the pantheon.
Okay. She's definitely focusing
Yeah,
more
you
on
get
the
like
Odin
Frey and
stuff.
Frigga and Heimdall and Njord and like everyone that you could find. Like if you were looking for a book of everything about the Norse pantheon in the D&D setting, you found it.
Nice.
But yeah, it kicks off the fact that Odin's symbol is the watching blue eye, which is now what your
Mhm.
medallion looks like. There's even a small scribble of it in the book, and you're just like, yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay. Any sort of depictions of Odin in there?
The
Or
depictions
depictions
are
of anyone?
Yeah, I mean there's like brief like drawings from this high priest, or maybe like some art that was put in there from tellings of, like, don't have like an actual snapshot, but there are art bits of it. And for the majority of the time, Odin is either depicted in full war regalia, the helmet, the big old armoring, his spear, uh or he is just this humbled, one-eyed wanderer dressed in all of a cloak. Like he's very much in the domain of knowledge and war, and Odin is kind of a bit of a sneak thief himself. So he likes to kind of pop up and pop away without really being noticed. So yeah, most of his
Just-
depictions, he's in that like I'm here and then I'm gone kind of deal.
Right. Do they look like the dude that Andrano's seen? Or no?
Barely. For I think it's the depictions. I mean, not everything is accurate. Odin in the picture looks like he should be heftier than the person that you've met. The signature one eye is the same. The beard's the same. Looking at all the different depictions and the image in your mind, there's a 60% chance it's the same person, but you're still not entirely sure because these are drawings from other people and depictions from artists.
Okay. So war and knowledge. Okay. We go to what's her name? The archivist. And just be like, is there a temple? Is it this guy anywhere in the town? City? Place?
Of this guy?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge. I mean, we can go check
Okay.
out the district. There's temples around, but I'm not sure who you're looking up here.
And that contradicts with the other book, right? Because the other book made it sound like Amberford and the Norse pantheon were connected. In some big way, but the statues look different than what the pedestals were. So maybe she's doing the 1+1. And it's the chances at some point maybe there were granite statues of the Norse pantheon. Is there like public record? She mentioned public records and things like that, right?
Yeah, some
Kind of thing.
of her books are more or less like historical records.
Androna's trying her best to think about what would cause a pantheon change, I guess.
Intelligence check?
She's got some of it.
Androna's thinking.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. 12.
A pantheon changeover doesn't necessarily feel like anything far-fetched. It's something that you've seen happen all the time in Faerun, where if someone lost favor with a deity, they'd jump ship to others, but there were a lot more deities in Faerun that, you could have someone who is dedicated to one goddess and god and change over to another. I mean, it happens all the time. Ask Shadowheart. However, there's a mentioning of a couple of different temples in Amberford that you do find in the first book that you had.
Okay.
When you were trying to find Allfather information. And there's one in particular in the first book that you had, or probably still have before you asked for more in detail.
Yeah, it's sitting open. Yeah.
Yep. There should be a temple in Amberford, if it is correct. That is the temple of the Allfather.
Oh. Does it explain where?
Surprisingly, it's in your district. It's in the Scholar Ward, but it's on the other side of where you guys are at. But yeah, there's the temple in that area. But as you're discussing this with the elf lady, she seems confused on what she's seen and what you're saying. You're bringing up mentionings of a temple of the Allfather, and she's all like, "No, the largest temple we have in Amberford is the temple of the Dawn Father."
Androna's gonna sit and weigh that and be like, Allfather, Dawn Father, technically could be same person. Where is the Dawn Father temple?
She takes you over to a large window near the front, and kind of like, you see that nice big dome over? Yep, right down the road here.
Okay. Is that where the book referenced the Allfather temple, or no? Okay. Okay. Oh no, ADHD brain. I have to roll a D100 to determine what Andromeda does. Nope. She will look at the lady, say thank you, and probably leave the building. Because brain went, I know where I need to go. Gone. Like, I read as much as I could in the book. Now go to the place.
And this is when Spot comes out of his little hidey hole, sees the books open, sees where Viv is, and goes, "Where's Androna?"
There's still at least one book open in the nook. And then there's a book on the counter with the archivist that Androna just left there before leaving.
Spot looks over at Viv. Where'd our cleric go?
Hold on, temporary technical issues.
That's fine. Gotta love them technical difficulties.
Mhm.
Internet is not liking internet or Discord or both is not liking Cal's phone.
Hmm.
And Cal has completely lost audio at least twice from phone tonight.
Ooh.
Yeah. I still need to reset my phone's Discord because that's been giving me troubles last time I've been using it.
But yeah. More or less, Drana failed her impulse check, i.e., stop before doing the thing. Brakes were not applied.
Oh,
So Spot shows up and both Finn and Indrana are gone?
yep. Okay. Okay.
I think.
That's what it looks like. All right. Hold on. All right. So. Okay. So then I have to ask the DM this. Do I need to roll either perception or like a percentile dice to see if Spot sees them leave or he just misses them?
Perception. I will say
Yeah.
that because of Indrana's rambling about the Norse pantheon while she was reading the book, kind of got Viv's attention, so she stopped going from pretending to read to what are they up to? And then when Indrana gets up, walks out of the library, she follows suit. So, how well does
Pretending
Spot
to listen.
note it?
Pretending to leave to active listening. Pretending to read to active listening.
So Spot gets 17 on his perception.
I mean, my passive stealth is technically just 10, because I've got no dexterity modifier, and I didn't intend to be stealthy about it.
Well, okay.
So
The
yeah,
the main
Spot,
question.
you notice enough commotions happening that you pull yourself out of your book and go, wonder what they're up to. And you see one walk out the door and then the other one walk out the door.
All right. Well, in that scenario, Spot quickly finishes his notes. Good thing his book flies and his pen, his quill, auto writes. Puts up his books. Sprints to catch up to him, and goes, "Just found what you're looking for."
How long did it take you to do your notes? Did you ever finishing them?
It would have taken him like moments to finish it because the book floats and the quill writes itself. So he's like he just puts the books away and then he moves and he can run freaking
Oh yeah,
80
You're,
feet.
you're at a jog to catch up.
Yeah.
And Adrona's just like, temple. The lady at the desk called it the Dawn Father, but this other book told me the All Father's Temple is supposed to be there.
Okay. Bot kind of clucks where you're going, sees y'all are on the mission. He's like, I'm gonna go hop off at the market real quick, and I'll meet y'all at the temple y'all are heading to. It's basically that you've got something to do, I got something to do, we're on the same page.
All right.
So, thought we'll be heading to the Sapphire place.
All right. So all three of you are heading to the temple.
No. Spot caught up with them, figured out where they were going, and then he said he's gonna go to the market and then meet them to the temple later.
Okay. Spot now. Market.
Just the magical market. So not that far away from them.
Okay, so yeah, the scholars' quarters. You are checking out. There's either the quill and candle, the sapphire sigil,
I'm
or the
heading to
room
the
rate workshop.
Sapphire Sigil.
Sapphire
first.
sigil. Magic research shop. All right, so you walk in, and there is this high elf putting things up on a shelf, and she's wrapped in really nice robes. Sees you and immediately kind of has that like but then kind of senses that arcane in you and sits and goes, "Welcome."
Does the initial like peruse of the store see if anything would have caught his eye before he walks up to the counter?
As you are wandering and looking around, you realize that this place sells things like magical spell components, scrolls, arcane foci, and magical inks, and can perform a couple of paid services like spell identification, arcane consultation, and research assistance.
Ooh, my kind of store. Um,
On the counter, there is a kind of like a I am name badge. This high elf is Professor Talindra Wren.
walks up and is like, "Good day, Professor. How are you doing?"
Enough to get by. Pray tell, what are you here for?
Good. Oh, just doing a little bit of simple shopping and simple selling. Takes him a second. It's like, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Reaches into his component bag and pulls out his ruby of the war mage, and it's like, I'd like to sell this. I don't have much use for it.
not much of a weapon fan yourself?
No. Kind of retracts the claws and balls up fists. It's like, I've got natural weapons, and I have enough spell foci where it's just extra for me.
As you set it down, she scoops it up and kind of looks at it between a couple of fingers as she's holding it. Notates the Eldritch runes on it. But you're a wizard. You can still partake to such an item, even though you don't look much like a wizard, unfortunately. You look like you just got up a bar fight. However, safe to assume you know how this works?
Yes.
And you would like to sell it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm. 50 gold. I can add it to my ever-growing collection.
That sounds reasonable.
She waves a hand and you see a small canvas pouch slide underneath something, and you hear the clinking of coins before it just kind of floats over to the counter. There you go.
Thank you. I'm noticing some scrolls that y'all have. Would you by chance have a scroll of ice knife?
Yeah, I probably should. And she wanders over to this big, like, laid out scroll case, and there's all sorts of like small, big, little scrolls just kind of scattered, and she's flipping through a bunch of rolled up ones, not necessarily looking for what's written on them, but the type of material that is used to close the scroll. That seems to be her identifying thing, of depending on the color or series of colors, or if there's stripes or whatnot in it, she just happens to know which one is what. And finds one that's got this very light blue ribbon with white crisscrosses on them, and she plucks it and puts it on the counter. Yes, I do have one.
How much?
Oh, it is not necessarily the most rare of the scrolls, so I'd say 50 gold.
Sounds
Had
like
I
a
known
deal.
you'd wanted that, we would have just offered a trade.
Basically, just instead of putting the gold in his person, he just kind of like leaves it there. It's like,
Yep, slides the scroll over to you
it's
and just waves the bag of gold back to where it came from.
it has been a hot minute since I've been in a store, and
Clearly.
yes. But thank you very much. I will probably be back later once I remember which spells that I may or may not need to acquire. Because it seems like you have a very good selection.
The best in the area.
Thank you very much. And then he's gonna leave. He's gonna think about a second about checking some other places, but he's like, probably should go check on my others and not be too long. And then goes towards the temple area.
Alrighty. Well, during your time in the shop, the other two are entering the Temple of the Dawnfather. Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah.
When you first enter, roll me an investigation right off the bat.
Come on, plus 1. It's very bright in here. I assume a temple to the Dawnfather is very bright.
Surprisingly, not really.
Oh,
But lining the walls and different little tiny alcoves are little mini shrines to different deities.
oh, okay.
Out of all the other temples in Amberford, this is the largest that you can clearly see. And the high priest is wandering around, cleaning off statues and little shrine things, collecting bounties and coin, offerings for the day and kind of thing.
What deities am I seeing? You said there are a bunch of them.
Greek.
All Greek?
All Greek.
So kind of just start wandering around, more or less. Trying to see if there's like a staircase tucked away to go downstairs or something. Or because the way that Andrana sees it is she's used to things being kept safe and secret underground. So it's like, yes, this is the All-Father Temple. Or not all, but the Dawnfather. But is the temple still here? Because it's like we already had the circumstance of that like statue and having to shift something, and then we got down into an underground temple, more or less. So
You're not seeing any staircase or anything. This seems just to be a nice granite floor beneath you and all the different sprawlings of the different alcoves.
with the
It's kind of like a
Greek
circular building.
Yeah.
And so every deity has got their own little like shrine alcove that there's a nice big statue of them. You got the offering plates, little inscription kind of like on them with their names and stuff. And
I'm tempted to burn my spell on the investigation. Yeah, screw it. With how many 20s Brandy's been rolling, it's fine. Oh my shot. Barely better. Okay.
Have you brought Viv into the fold of what you're doing?
If Viv asked, yes. If Viv didn't ask, Andrana, more than likely Andrana's mumbling to herself at this point, seeing the Greek pantheon again. More or less just like, this is where the book said the All-Father place was. Dawnfather, not All-Father. Maybe they are the same person. Oh, she would have asked, yeah. Then Andrana's basically gonna go over. The statues in the library didn't match. Like, the things they were on and the stuff they were made out of didn't match. Then this book I found, book Spot found me, explained that there should be a temple to the All-Father somewhere in the city. And this building is where the book said that would be. But the archivist called it the Dawnfather. So, I am just looking around to see. More than likely at this point, Andrana's just trying to scan and see if she could see Odin's symbol anywhere. Cool. I'll take the inspo back, sure. Get Brandy. But yeah, Andrana is looking for. Andrana is looking for the that eye symbol anywhere.
And Brandy's looking for more shit to steal.
So the entire time that Andrana is explaining this to Viv, just kind of nodding along, and it will look around with Andrana at like the different statues and everything.
In fact, if anything, Andrana's pulled her amulet out, so because it's been transformed into the All-Father symbol on there. And gonna kind of use it the same way she did in that underground dungeon, like holding it close to things to see if there's any sort of response from it. Which I guess this be the first time Viv sees the symbol, or no? I'm trying to determine. Or that the amulet's changed, I guess.
Second time,
'Cause
because
usually
you asked her about it before at the camp.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Grand fight. So you want her help to try to figure out what's up with the temple?
We're seeing. Yeah. Because it's like, did this thing just get refurbished from the Allfather's temple? Is this thing sitting on top of the Allfather's temple? That kind of thing.
Now that you have new knowledge, Viv, re-roll the investigation. Because now you know more specifics of what Andrano was trying to look for. But between the combined efforts, yeah, technically you guys would be assisting each other.
Yeah.
Which would mean both of you would have advantage on that roll. So you can try to re-roll your 13. You can try to re-roll your 6.
Let's see if we go up.
One can see what the other one does, maybe.
Finally, fuck it now. I blame
Advantage
the
for the win.
11, 13, 15, then just pops up with an 18. Yep. So between the two of you, you also
I did pull up
notice
my amulet to see if vibes changed. Yes.
the amulet vibes do not change. The temple vibes really don't change. But you do notice the entire temple was mostly carved or built with granite. The bases of the statues are all the same. They're all granite.
Mm,
But every single statue, every single shrine is made with
the
either
alabaster.
alabaster or limestone.
Perfect. So this was the Allfather Temple. This is the original temple. It's now being used as like the cult of the Dawnfather, but there's a bunch of deities here, so it's kind of the temple for everybody.
And as you guys are investigating, all of a sudden there is this, hello, ladies, like right behind you as the high priest has like walked up to you unnoticed.
Please hold. Above 50 is what we
Above
want.
50 good, above 50. Okay, you want above 50. Oh, are you going to turn in deck?
Hmm. Cool. Someone coming up abruptly behind Andrana. Not that she's a good physical fighter anyway, and this will do literally 0 damage. Just knee-jerk reaction of elbow, basically. Just not that she's gonna hit, because her unarmed strike is a whopping +1. It will do 0 damage if she connects. Because of her strength score. The little icon next to it is a 0. Just see if it connects.
Oh my!
Oh. I love how this keeps happening. Andrana has absolutely 0 right to be any good at it. And this is the second time.
Oh, that's too
So-
funny.
You can determine what happens, Tim, with Andrana's whopping -2 modifier to strength.
See, and what's making me cackle in the corner is I rolled Viv's temper directly to the DM, and she rolled a nat 20.
Oh god.
Oh wait, so we both rolled a
Oh,
nat 20 in that same interaction?
Two of you.
wait, you
Both of you nat 20.
Damn.
Damn, this had to happen then.
I
Damn.
feel like something like this is a
This
premature.
poor man. First gets hit by Andrana and just shock, and then gets hit by Viv, and
Viv's is gonna hurt.
I hate to see how
Mine is not. At
Tim
worst, I give
describes
him
this.
fabric burn across his face wherever my elbow lands. Yeah, that's about it.
Huh.
That's hilarious.
I have a feeling something big's happening right now.
No, statistics are breaking. That's what's happening right now.
Uh-huh.
I mean that's a good thing, right? Or is that a bad thing?
I mean, in this case, it's a good thing.
The
Don't
two sides of
ask
the
my wife.
same coin just turned around and socked this man simultaneously.
One's gonna hurt a little more than the other, though. I think.
I mean, if you have more than likely Viv's dex is higher than mine, so she moves fast
In a fist
than
fight,
Andrana does.
the two of you together. One of these things just doesn't belong here.
One of these things just
Maybe the priest.
fuck you.
Kyroth goes into a bar, insults the bartender, gets kicked out. Viv and Andrana enter a temple, get spooked by the high priest there, and promptly deck him.
You know, I feel like this is just history repeating itself at this point.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Those
says
who
the
do not
cleric.
learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
In this case, Perma don't be an idiot, and yet sometimes I do.
Both
Yeah.
ladies are surprised, and they turn and swing.
Yep.
And with cat-like reflexes, neither one hits.
Ooh.
Oh,
He kind of like bends back as both swing, and he's like, "Whoa! Now let's not get jumpy. Let's not get violent."
Too late.
Let's not do anything we want to regret.
I'm pretty sure Andrana hasn't done anything she's regretted yet. Nope.
Yes. Keyword.
Not in the campaign.
The high priest introduces himself as Ulrich Sunmantle.
Auric? How do you spell that?
ORICK.
See.
Like that.
I think.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So the sun mantle thing,
Alright.
did you get that before or after? Big time I got priest for the big or the sun person.
I mean, the temple existed long before me. It just has to happens to be a coincidence that my surname kind of fits.
It's a hell of a coincidence.
But yes, the Dawn Father, the Almighty Zeus, shares his tidings.
Mm. Okay. how long? How long have you been here?
I have been here as long as the temple has been here, and it's been here as long as I know. And I have always been faithful to the Dawn Father ever since I was a wee lad.
How old is this guy?
He is human, probably in his
Okay.
late 20s, early 30s.
Okay. But he said he's been here as long as the temple's been here.
That he did.
How long has this temple been here?
About a decade? Maybe more, maybe less. I'm not quite sure.
And this is clashing with Andrano's knowledge from the other book, right?
Severely.
Was there another building here at any point?
Nope. This was built when the city was built.
And what about the statues?
What about?
They don't match the other rock. Points at granite. Granite. Alabaster. That one's limestone.
Perhaps the creator made the pedestals and the statues were added later. I don't see the issue.
So what's her name has been here for centuries, right? But she had no recollection of an All-Father temple whatsoever. But this is the
Yep,
spot
yep.
the book implied. Is there a date in the book at all?
Amberford has stood tall for over 500 years. Slowly growing and expanding as it goes.
Okay. Did I see any mention of when the Dawn Father temple got put up?
None.
And I'll look at the priest and just be like, do you know who the All-Father is?
Sorry, who?
All-Father. Right, I get Zeus is the
Can't
Dawn
say that
Father.
I do. I only know of the Dawn Father. And as the ultimate deity, why would you need another?
She quirks an eyebrow at, the implication of that. Hmm. So there was no mention in the book
As far as your book is concerned,
Hmm.
the Temple of the Dawn Father doesn't exist.
But what's her name pointed me here?
Because the temple in the book mentions the largest temple in Amberford. And this is it.
Yeah. Mm. Great. So she had different knowledge than what the book had. How old was that book, Tim?
At least 200 years old. The only thing that doesn't necessarily help you is that it was written by a high priest of the All-Father, but it doesn't indicate who it was.
But this guy's got no fucking clue who the Allfather is. I'm trying to figure out what she would wanna. Was there ever like a fire or anything?
Not within the city. No. Not here.
Which then clashes with what others were reporting about seeing a tower sometimes on fire and then it's not on fire. Oh, I feel like this is some time fuckery.
Would you like to visit the Dawn Father's shrine? Right over here.
Just you kind of like look at him, be like, sure. I'll walk over to the Dawn Father shrine. My brain has clicked on a theory. My character is not that intelligent, though. She's not stupid, but
So yeah, Ulrich shows you over to the largest of the, not only of the statues, but of the alcoves. You see that there's a whole bunch of flowers and things left for the deity. You see notes of people have tried writing like things for, the non-verbal type of things. There's flour and coin and food left. Offerings of all sorts of things.
Okay.
And Ulrich starts telling you these tales of Zeus and what he's done and what he stands for and his family and all this other thing. A lot of them he's gesturing to the other temples or the other alcoves.
Okay.
Could you give me an insight?
Yes. Do I get advantage or no? Because she's more hyper focused on him than the statue at this point.
Yeah, I'll give it.
Also have religion, but plus Viv is there, so I assume Viv is also kind of.
Oh yeah, where you go, she goes. If you're moving, she's following.
What do you want to talk?
His words sound like he's reciting things straight out of a book. Stories. something that an author had put down on paper, and he has just memorized it. At the same time, some facts about Zeus, he kind of gives that like expression that kind of catches you off guard with the insight, because some of his expressions when he's talking to you about certain details about Zeus, as if he has seen them for himself. They're too intimate, too familiar. Like when you're trying to tell somebody about this one thing that your friend did, but you're reliving the memory while you're explaining it, kind of expression.
Okay. Okay. I mean, Al's got a guess. And Dorana's not going to say it out loud, but she's talking to a god. Potentially right now. At least that's what she
But
thinks.
then he goes on as, go ahead and if you would like to swear to Zeus to protect you for all your days, you would just need but to lay down an offering.
Mm-hmm.
And like other of the deities in this room, they will enter your life, and whatever trouble that you have had in the past will go away.
And Drana...
Is
Would
catching
you
some
like to
major side
roll?
eye from Viv.
Would you like to roll an
initially I would
intelligence
like
check?
I mean, either intelligence or she was going to more or less intentionally kind of... She's about to put on a little bit of a show to get this guy to leave the immediate proximity of her and Viv. Kind of. With a, like, she's gonna get real teary, like, forced teary. And just kind of be like, could I have a few moments? You know, it's really personal for me. To the priest, or whoever.
Okay.
And I could roll something to see how much he buys it, if you'd like.
Performance followed by investigation.
Oh, performance.
Because you're trying to convince him of something, and then
could
simultaneously
I argue
watching what he
deception?
does.
Or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're trying to lie
Deception's
your
just a
way out
smidge
of
better.
making him believe something.
Yes. Yeah. Not her first rodeo. Oh, and then you said investigation, right?
Yeah.
And I'll let you, the DM, know.
Yeah, you can.
Andrano's current thing is just to get
It's
him
also
further away. Because I know what Andrano's plan is.
So you immediately go
She's got
into
that-
the waterworks and the oh dear, oh me, oh my, like trying to lay it heavy that like, yes, I need a D, but I need time, and you get all like, but I don't want to leave. Like you go into this whole shebang about how, you know, you're not ready to commit and this is too much, and the waterworks start going, and he's like, yes, okay, yes, let me just, I'll give you a minute. As he like turns and is completely turned away from you, he walks away, and Viv, you catch just a little earshot of him being like, oh, women tears.
Niente.
Viv's gonna roll her eyes as he's walking away, and then quietly repeat what he said to Andrana.
Oh, what, women and their tears? What
Mhm.
is it? What would you say, Tim?
Like,
Women and
women in their
But voice
tears. But it wasn't just the
Yeah.
demeanor change or the wording. It was an entire voice change.
the vocal voice change. Gotcha. Alright. Means it fucking worked. That's like the waterworks immediately. Like, it's just like, nope, I'm good. What Andrana plans to do is going to take out that what I know is a black raven feather. And rather than any sort of prayers to the Dawnfather, it's more or less going to put said raven feather into the offering dish. With kind of more of like a question of like, what happened here? And she's kind of trying to intentionally speak towards Odin, or the Allfather. She's at least seen pictures and stuff now, so she's got kind of an idea what he looks like. So it's like, okay, I've got somewhat of focus. While dropping a raven feather into Zeus's offering plate.
Ulrich has wandered away. And then as soon as he's out of earshot, you do this little prayer to Odin and place the raven feather in Zeus's plate.
Yes. Yes.
And from across the room, you shouldn't have done that. And Ulrich looks like he's grown in size. He reaches into his robes and pulls out a flaming sword and slowly walks towards you. The robes falling away into this black, sleek armor, fiery crownish helmet forms over his face.
Mm-hmm.
And he marches upon you with intent to kill.
Fucking Aries.
It is 9 o'clock, and that is where we'll call it for tonight.
Oh, you motherfucker.
You dick.
Is that motherfucking Aries or something? Holy shit.
Either Aries
I
or hate.
love and hate Badger for doing this. He'd always build
No,
it
I
up,
fucking
and
love
then
this.
all of a sudden, and we're gonna go back next time. See you
Aries
guys
or
later.
Apollo, maybe?
How do you piss off a god? You leave an offering that was technically given to you by a different god.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you leave an offering to another god in. Oh, it's
Leave an
motherfucking
offering
Aries.
to
no,
another
that's Aries.
pantheon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Aries. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we're throwing down with Aries. Alright.
And now now you understand how he was able to dodge 2 nat 20 swings.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I
The God of War
as
is
soon
not
as you
here to
mentioned
fucking
that, I
play.
was like,
We'll say goodbye to
shit.
Kicking YouTube now that we've revealed that little
Yeah.
bit, and we'll catch you on the next time, whenever that will be. So until then, we'll say bye to Kicking YouTube, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.